We're ready. Okay, I'm gonna start now. I'm gonna start it right now. Right now. Next ship to sail, Alphanol is feeling the need to take stock. Corey, do you have some time to talk? I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. If the game's too quiet, let me know. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telophoroi. The Telophoroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered, at least. But after what happened to Arenvald and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Gorlamald. As you know, the Telophoroi are under the leadership of Fan Daniel and one other delightful fellow, Zenas Ye Galvus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varys, and plunged Gorlamald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but it has since changed and in troubling ways. No, don't. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barkings of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. Okay, that wasn't so bad. The inhabitants appear to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events, too, were orchestrated by the Telophoroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Sharlayan, I am sure of it. Master Fortunault's comments regarding the final days were curious, to say the least. The forum knows more than it is letting on. Dude, the music. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mistress Creel. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. You're to head to Limsa Laminza and board the next ship bound for Sharlayan. Jesus, already? And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldascian, come to assist with the Order's restoration. Ah! Don't you slash joy me! The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I am eager to see it, of course, of course. We should set off at once. Listen, he slash joyed me, okay? It's reasonable. Now I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry, wish you a safe journey. Tasha, we're being left behind once again. Feels bad, man. What's Tara gonna do? She has to give fucking The twins a new fit is what she's gonna do. Okay, I feel like the sound is a bit quiet. I'm just gonna turn it up just a little bit. I feel like it could be a little louder. I think this is okay. 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 Let me know. Let me know later. Also, I gotta make sure my voice acting is in English. Okay. Wait, I could have just teleported. It's good? Alright. Okay. Ah, I'm so nervous! I'm so nervous. I just want everything to turn out okay. Ah, I clicked out of the game by accident. Oh, the Limsa Lamenza ERP frame rate. I love it. Jesus Christ. Is the stream running smoothly, by the way? No frame rate issues, anything? I never thought the day would come when I would be sailing home again. It always seemed so very far away. Sea travel can be tedious, but I don't mind it. 'Tis a rare experience for most Ishgardians. I shudder to think what manner of truth awaiteth us beyond the indigo deep. Still more do I dread the prospect of discussions long overdue. Enjoy Lurksukumi. Contrary to what you might think, this will be like going home for me as well. I may have learned how to survive in Limsa Lominza, but it was in Sharlayan where I was taught, quite relentlessly, I might add, the skills to properly live. I might have lived in Master Matoya's cave for a good part of my life, but even for me the thought of returning to Sharlayan is quite exciting. I can hardly imagine how it is for the others who lived most of their lives there. Though a part of me looks forward to returning home, I've not forgotten that my father stripped us of the privileges of our family name. I hope it doesn't cause trouble with the officials upon our arrival. What a grim reason to bring you to Sharlayan. Not much to be done about it, I suppose, but I would have liked to give you the grand tour under happier circumstances. Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Sharlayan should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. Oh, man. God, you missed day one, Corey. Tataru was fucking surrounded by 100 people and it was impossible to click on her. There's a button where you can hide other players and make them unclickable. Oh, cat jam.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louisois of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Fuck you, K4. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Sharlayan, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
Merely meant it as a
6
professional
foot
courtesy,
versus 5'11.
since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Thank you, Olivia.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
Aww. I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Sharlayan!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
Bye-bye. Estinian is so fucking huge, though.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown.
Oh my god, really?
A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined.
Ugh.
A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
I'm so worried. I'm so worried. Ah. Oh, I always love these little cutscenes. They're really nice. Well, there's answers.
Here. Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you. I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
That's how you're envisioning your Warrior of Light talks? Yes. Apparently, like, all the areas, all the dungeons, all the trials, they're all spoilers. Like, the names, or, like, just, like, what they look like. Holy shit, she's just here? Man, what the hell's going on? Booba mommy. Oh, it's you, Blaster. Okay.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Wow, her eyes are so pretty. Why now, Heidelin?
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Heidelin has always been, a primal.
And apparently a giraffe too. Holy shit. What's going on with the neck?
Sheesh. Was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world. And I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable. Then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Right.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Alright, bye chats, mommy.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed.
So sweet.
'Tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
I'm so nervous. Why am I so nervous? Oh, is it gonna do the thing? Yeah! Ah, so cool.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
Oh, the music is so nice. The northern empty, old Sharlayan.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlayan all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge.
Sharlayan science has produced a hose long and wide enough to power the fountain. I love it.
Then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration offices were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
Tattoos mean they're Sharlayan Archons, not Scions. Oh! I had no idea. I thought it was just a tattoo of the Scions.
And are eager to make our way into the city.
But that actually makes a whole lot more sense.
Process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Bro, the music! So good.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Stretch? Alright.
Ishtola rule.
Oh, we don't get to hear the other surnames. I see. I will hydrate.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home.
Thank you.
Now, who do we have here?
It nearly went on Alizé.
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alizé Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation.
Who's this little Karen Lalafell, man? Get out of here. I'm literally gonna kick you into the ocean. Shut the fuck up.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlian natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An
Sure.
application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Oh, that was perfect. Nice. Korien Silverthread, champion of Eorzea.
And it is a title well earned, I can assure you.
Oh my fucking god.
An adventurer by trade is what your documentation indicates. No mention of this particular title. Self-appointed, I take it. Either way, your
I'm going to
employers
kick you
agree
to the
vouch
fucking
for your
ocean.
character,
I
so
swear to
shall,
god.
albeit reluctantly, grant you entry. Champion.
Champion.
And you, sir?
Estinian Valeno, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Oh.
If you'll allow me.
Oh, our savior. Interior decorator.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
She just heard that. I love it.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Alright. Alright, alright. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlian.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
I love these characters. Excuse you! Can you hammer that shit any louder? Are you kidding me? Bonk, bonk, bonk. Do you fucking mind? I am unaccustomed to fabricating lies on demand. Why should it matter how I earn my living? Here we are at last, the great city of Sharlian. You may have noticed some similarities with the Crystarium. Yes, in fact, Oh, but we really should let Creel have her say first. We can continue this conversation another time. Yeah. You're doubtless eager to take in the sights. Not to worry, Cori. The city is not like to vanish before we finish our discussion. Jesus, I can't read. Allow me to extend unto thee my warmest welcome, Cori. May the wisdom of my homeland aid us in our endeavors. Jesus, help me. Even knowing that the years I spent in the first passed here in the blink of an eye, the city feels untouched by time. I'm fine, honestly. Better to be waved through with a stern warning than be denied entry after all. That was about as awkward as expected. Still, we're here now, and that's all that matters. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Oh no no no. Oh no 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 no. Real quick. Are you just a Scholar main or do you play other classes? I always find myself coming back to Scholar ever since Heavensward. Hold on, before we continue, my paranoia won't let me. Give me just 1 second. What if we just Frankenstein a new overlay real quick? And literally just have the alerts, and the game and the donation goal, so that just in case someone with a spoiler name follows, it doesn't pop up in the overlay. How about that, chat? Because now that someone has said that, I am not even going to risk it. So give me like 1 second, and I'm just gonna set that up real quick. Oh god, I don't even know. There's so many images from our fucking Christmas overlays. Chat cover. But yeah, I'm not risking shit. I'm sorry. I'm way too like worried. If we're not playing FF, I'll, you know, go on our usual overlay, but I'm too worried. I'm way too worried. I'm sorry. Let me copy over the avatar. I'm not covering anything important. Then our alerts real quick. Okay, and then from our in-game overlay, I will grab the oh yeah, we need our chat as well, obviously, for the sake of the VOD. I'll just put you over the chat cover. And then in-game, where the hell is my, oh, it's right here. Oh, I'm so blind. Okay. But we're just going to crop that. Oh, I'm so smart, chat. You have no idea. Put that. I guess I can sort of put that where it was before. And then this should be it, I think. I mean, I don't think we need our logo. I think we're good without the logo. But yeah. There, I Frankensteined it really quick. It should have everything important. What instance are you in? How do I check? Just /instance? I'm in 2. I'm in instance number 2. Final Endwalker boss has become a paranormal investigator. Yes, this is why I'm also going to go into my stream elements, and I'm just going to turn off the sound for the follow alert. So it will still pop up, but that way I won't look at the stream immediately like I did just now. But thank you so much for the follow. I will literally just go and I will mute it for now until we beat Endwalker, or just for today. Okay, there we go. That should be it. Xxis, thank you. And hello Fuji, I saw you for a second. Hello, hello. Okay, I think this is good. It's not usually what I have. I usually like having like a little overlay with like the tickers, but... Oh shit, thank you so much for the subscription. It's very sweet, thank you. Enjoy your email privileges both here and on Discord. Okay, let's get the show on the road. I'm done. Also, let me catch up on chat. Immediate buddy made in the face. Really? I didn't see it. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Being here on opening day, there was a donut of like 500 people around Korea. Dude, that reminds me of, oh my fucking god, the crafting sounds are so loud. That reminds me of Stormblood release with Rauban X. Are you just going right? I already answered that. How are you feeling Pizza Saturday, lads? Although I absolutely am not getting burger sauce on it. Man, that burger sauce pizza was nice though. Saw that exact thing happen? Yes, that's why I want to be careful. That Discord, yes. Final Endwalker boss is subscribed as a tier 1 subscriber. Hey, at least I'm getting money out of it. If I'm getting spoiled, at least I'll be paid. It could be worse. I don't know where... I mean, I could just put it in the top left. Maybe that's better. There we go. That way it's still noticeable, but not in the way. Alright. Krill sweeps the silence with a speculative look. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Kori and Destinian's first time in Charlian, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldesion? How do you pronounce this? I know it was just said in the voice cutscene, but... Annex. How does that sound? Just a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Levieux estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. Baldy Zion. Ah, thank you. Baldy's nuts. Sorry, I have no self-control. Or is it Baldesion? Baldesion? Baldesion. Oh, Baldesion. Oh, Baldesion? I'm equally untethered, as it were. There's no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetherite Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. I too have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith, by thy leave. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. Think I'm gonna order some sushi? Sounds good. I hope you enjoy. But I could... Oh. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you will have me. Come, Kori. Charlian awaits. At this point, I might as well just say Rose. With how I have to pause every time before I read out the name. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Frame rate. After you, my friend, I am more than content to follow your lead. Grahatia is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave Grahatia behind by entering a different area using the Ethernet or by putting too much distance between you. You can also speak with Grahatia and select the option to part ways. If you wish to have Grahatia accompany you again, return and speak with him at the original location. While Grahatia is accompanying you next, try speaking with Creel. Alright, we're going on a date. I'm sorry. I'm derailing the stream. Dude, I might have to lower some, Fuji, go away! Fuji, go away! This is a me and Graha moment. Don't spy on me! Alright. I don't know why my frame rate is poopy. Listen. Where's the, oh, display settings. Yes, that would be it. Let me full screen it. It'll be fine when you're out of Shalian, yes. Dude! Look! This is so nice. Do not forget Mr. Skriel, our worthy guide. No! No! If you sprint, he sprints too. Aw, he doesn't mimic my... He doesn't mimic my emotes though. Creel third wheeling? Yes, I agree. Well. All set, then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the last stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Creel's also no, heck off! Lead the companions to the last stand and speak with Creel at the designated location. While you are accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the way which offer additional topics of discussion. Enter the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings together. Why do people happy? Dude, this is so cool, actually. With all the unusual wares coming and going at all hours, I expect the assistance of an interpret adventure would be highly appreciated. I see no reason why you couldn't undertake any tasks which pique your interest. You have been cleared by the immigration officials after all. I look forward to the day your name is celebrated in Charlian the same way it is in Eorzea. He's so sweet. This place is called the Peristyle, and it is the first stop for cargo unloaded at the docks. You'll find the usual necessities for daily living and other imports vital to running an island nation, but also supplies that further Charlian's pursuit of knowledge, namely large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting these stacks certainly seems to keep the attendants busy. Ah, so this is the crafting hub then? Oh, can you tune to the smaller ones before the big one? Oh, you can. Nice. Dude, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Now that is the sight one could hardly forget. The great statue of Thaliak. As a student of Scrolling up chat. Baldessian. Ah, Baldessian! I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. I wonder if Graha knows what a date is. Probably not. This path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoas, the name for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Charlian people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else, thus when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles as it were. Ah, fuck off, Navi. Well, you may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Sharlians can and do worship the divinities of their choosing. I have 3 pets following me around now, man. with the fairy out. Wait, so the statue is over there, right? Oh, it's right there. Oh man, it's way bigger than I thought it was. Okay, man, he made me a pet. That's not what I meant. Ah yes, the last stand. Now that is an inviting aroma. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Sharlian tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Arkanlov, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Sharlayan, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu, not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Sharlayan when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha. But surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up on the Aetheryte Plaza. Where can I buy Borgar? Where can I buy Humbergware? For Gratia? Humbergware. It says that if you put like enough distance between the two of you, but how are you supposed to be able to do that when they sprint, when you sprint? Maybe if they get caught on like a wall or something? With mounts? Ah. Using Aetherites? Ah. What? He was floating! Did you see that? He was just floating. The Aetherite looks different from how I remember it. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it is a perfectly functioning Aetherite. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Sharlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allagan Aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Sharlayan's largest marketplace. Ogre-chan? Kill tag ogre? I fucking love it. It has the whiskers. Ogre-chan? Anything worth cracking my coin purse for today, I wonder. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Sharlayan, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, institutes even, but I think that practice has thankfully died out for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, I'm gonna punt you into the fucking sea. The next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetheryte Plaza, follow the path north, then climb the stairs up to that imposing building at the very top. Okay. Wait, weren't the others around here somewhere? I'm not sure. The amount of joy this is giving me. I'm so happy. This is the Nymphium, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Charlians, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which... Sorry, which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as the symbol of the knowledge which flows from Taliak's divine Ur. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. Oh. Just Creel talking about how sacred water is while a fucking Mikode just falls off this fucking building. Ah! Stop it! I can't. These little decorative features. Stop! Stop it! Okay, that was you, Fuji. Stop. And these little decorative features are typical of Charlian architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Val were rather simple and rustic by comparison. Ah, beautiful. No. Ah. But an invigorating breeze, a touch biting perhaps, but pleasant nonetheless. This grand structure before you is the Rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Jesus. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. The visa put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Charlian. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the consulars would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. Oh, wow. Goodbye. See you, Fuji. Alright. Hey, Lucky. Why is there a chocobo porter in this? In this place. Don't do it, Corey. Still have so much to do with Graha. True, if I jump off, Graha would jump off too. I can't risk it. Excuse me. True love. This neighborhood is home to the highest echelons of Charlian society. I never did feel comfortable enough to wander these streets on a whim. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Archon Nyonkrebf, must be a Rogadin, built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Charlian families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Livier. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Charlian tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldestian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Aetheryte Plaza? Correct. After you, Rose. Alright, let's go. Yeah, we're still at the very beginning. We met Heidelin, though. Oh, it's nice that it sort of loops around here so we can grab all the Aetherites. I think the only one we haven't grabbed is this one. Well, after this one, obviously. Huh? Excuse me. Charlian is full of educational and research institutions, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I ever attended the exclusive schools they run in these residences. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them. Right, we crossed this bridge here, as I recall. Stick to the path and be careful not to end up back in the Aetheryte Plaza. Alright. Oh, right over here then. Oh, the music here is so nice. I wonder what the night theme is like. Alright. This is it, the Baldestian Annex. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldestian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorstep of Phenomenon, but I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you, then. The night theme is the one I sent you, the acoustic guitar. Oh, I see. I'm back, and I've brought Rose and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Rose. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika? Ojika Tsunjika? It has been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Tsunjika, Administration Officer for the students of Baldestian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. The champion of Eorzea has featured prominently in Creel and Graha's reports, so for me, this is akin to seeing a fabled hero come to life. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Charlian. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ugh. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it feels so empty, with so many lost to us. Our organization is a shell of its former self. A day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Tlaforoi fall, even. Jesus. Through that door on the left, there is the main hall where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have time to rest before our discussion begins in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Undron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms, perfect for an afternoon doze. A cat nap, as you might say. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. Grahas, Kori, I do like me a nap. 'Twas simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Undron just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. He is me! Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. He's just like you, yes. Hey, Samus. Oh god, there's so many people. Do you have papers pasted on the walls of your room? 'Twas not unusual for occupants to pin up notes or documents and such, and then forget to take them when they went on their merry way. Sometimes it was quite deliberate, though. You might see complaints addressed to other members, or a thank you card for the engrossing literature someone left behind. Beloved traditions that I should know better than to dwell upon you if we are to create a future for the students of Baldessian, and so many others, we must look to the days ahead. Oh, can I just walk in? No. Sag. Oh, you talked to the front desk? Oh, I want to go into the room then real quick. Wow. I'll see you on the game some other time, but I'll watch. Thank you, Fuji. Yes, I'm ready for a nap. What data center are you on? I always forget. What data center are we on again? Oh yeah, there's plenty of notes. We're on light. So fancy. Oh god, I almost clicked exit game. Oh no, 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 no. I'm out of here. Yeah, we're in Europe. No, no, no. Wait, I never finished the dwarves. Oh, god damn it. God damn it. Feeling refreshed and alert? Our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us. Never got the dwarf tank? Not yet, no.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nadana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal.
Great.
In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnairian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
I will stretch, thank you.
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision.
Right.
Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Charlian. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
I'm going where Graha is going.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking. Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavner. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavner on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
The tall
Give me a moment
boys.
afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Ah. Wah. I still don't understand how the vote could be unanimous. What could possibly convince them all to turn their backs on Eorzea? If the Forum is intent on concealing its intentions, then a cursory investigation will avail us little, I suspect. We will need to dig deeper and with the greatest of care. Our tour of the city was a pleasant distraction. I feel more than ready now to tackle the challenges of the day. The process by which Forum members are elected is fair and equitable. Neither wealth nor social standing offers any advantages to a prospective candidate, but fairly elected or not, Master Matoya still found them all to be insufferable. Ah, good. Though I have read much on the subject of Rad's Adhan, this visit shall be my first. 'Twill be interesting to see how the Hanish mean to contend with the tower, different as their magical and technological disciplines are. So it's back to Thavner. Had I known earlier, I would have considered more suitable attire. Alright, we're going with this group, obviously. Creel is intent on uncovering the reason behind the Forum's inexplicable behavior. An unsettling change has come over Charlian, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the Forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the councillors directly is a fruitless endeavour. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Charlian's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. But now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Also, F to everyone whose game crashed. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you won't be in queue for too long, but it do be a Saturday evening, so let's just hope I hope it doesn't happen to me. The hunt for the specimens. Hey Josh, what's up? is the acoustic guitar. Honestly, I'm gonna wait till after Christmas to play myself. That's probably smart, yeah. Good, how about you? I'm good. Thanks so much for asking. Checking out FF14 Endwalker tonight, and it's really fun. Dio Goburin Sureya. Yeah, I'm having a good time so far. Yeah. I'm so happy to finally be playing this. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Numenon, Sharlayan's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Numenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Great Gubal Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Sharlayan is free to enter and peruse its shelves, well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Y'shtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alize and Alphino will help me continue my search through these stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Sharlayan history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you a working knowledge for those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at stone benches over there once they found some promising tomes. Happy reading! What are you? Wait, no! You're cute! They're tiny. Brightly colored books. The title on the spine reads The Story of Sharlayan. Read the book. Yes. Long, long ago on an island of the northern sea, there lived a Roganan man by the name of... I called it! By the name of Njonkrempf. Njonkrempf was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Njonkrempf's crew hauled them aboard his ark, but the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Njonkrempf wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop a Balathea spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Njonkrempf gathered to him his crew, and his grateful passengers abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast, where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Sharlayan we live in to this day. The title on the spine reads Roads of the Old, the Colony. Read the book? Yes. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thaliak in the Dravanian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. The settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th astral era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion of structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. Jesus. This is hard. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. The following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire. The book does not appear to contain additional information on the forum or cover the history of the Sharlayan motherland in greater detail. Hype sigh. Dude, wait, stand up. I need to see your glamour. That's cute! I need this. I need it. The tie is cute. You're actually reading these books? Yeah, why would I not? The Voice of a Growing City. It's the new crafting gear? No! In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. Large number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the forum as we knew it today conceived and created. An introduction to the heavens. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Alak who came closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past? That their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly, but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? This book is on the wrong subject. Search for works which... Yes, I know. Leave me be. What is an early access VTuber? I never had like a formal debut. I consider myself to be early access because I never like had a formal introduction, and also because I'm still a PNG tuber. I would like to transition to becoming like a full-fledged VTuber with like a proper moving avatar, but for now, this is early access. The title on the spine reads Forever 20 Summers. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, Jesus, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drives us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra: I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living, will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research, another day, another moon, another summer, to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, etherological, and arcane viewpoint. Forever 21, yeah? Will you do a real debut, Corey? I watch a lot of VTubers and I never got why a debut is needed for non-org VTubers. Well, a debut is usually just like a streamer like introducing themselves. I think this whole like idol culture in general is really toxic and shit. I will have an equivalent to a debut stream where I reintroduce myself to everyone, show off the model, do a bit of a Q&A, give big shout outs to all the you know, all the people that have worked with me over the years. But like at the end of the day, you guys already know me, and I started without a debut because I didn't want an excuse not to start streaming. I didn't want to do all this work. I basically just started because I wanted to. I wanted to try it. I got an avatar drawn by one of my friends, and I just started. I know you like the back of my hand. Well, it's been half a year since I started. So, people know me better than they would know most VTubers that would debut, but yeah. Yeah, just stream to stream, exactly. But I will still have, like, a big event of, like, when I actually get a model and stuff. I'm just calling it, I'm basically just calling it a debut because that's what it's known as, you know? But again, I don't necessarily agree with the whole, like idol culture around VTubing at all. But you know, that's what it's just known as, so it's easier to say that than an introduction event stream where I say hello to everyone and also show off my new model. No, just, you know, debut is what it's just known as. There's scissors in your hair and your eye is hurt? Yes. I'm a yarn working ghost, so the scissor hairpin is like a little accessory. Good night, everyone. Don't know if I'll be back in time to watch more, so bye. See you, Fidgy. Thanks so much for stopping by. Stewards of Wisdom. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archon Yonkremp, founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Sharlayans took to heart the words of their savior and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland like any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture became bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth and coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founders' teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. You've gathered a fundamental understanding of Sharlayan history and the foundation of the forum. Head outside to the rendezvous point and await your companions. Sweet. She's lying. She just poked her eyes out trying to wear scissors a hairpin. Everyone told her not to, but she wouldn't listen. Hey, that's not true. Oh, it's snowing. Love the aqua style art. Thank you so much. Also, thank you so much for coming up, Paranormal Investigator. Welcome. A paranormal investigator. Sorry, were you waiting for long? I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Acril should also be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon Sacks mentioned the final day specifically, so you have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. I didn't sign up for this job. What do? You monitor ghost activity. You monitor paranormal activity. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Sharlayan, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. I'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilzabard, in fact. For generations my people have dwelled in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavnair. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikote to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbra Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the sea solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes, some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Gorlamald renamed the region Locus Amoenos. Jesus, hard to pronounce name. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As for the last child born with the Allagan Eye, it was given over to the custody of friends and the students of Baldician, who had me registered as a Sharlayan citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisois, was he not? Stories of adopted wives and rescued orphans are more common amongst Sharlayans than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn. And with sufficient perspicacity, we Outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. That's exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Hear, hear, another good reason to get to the bottom of the Forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Rose. More company should be arriving any moment now. If Corey moves out of the screen and tries to pull you inside, you just scream "Cat maid," that will banish her back into the screen. That is very important, don't forget. No! What the hell? I guess we'll wait. Wait, no! I can speak to them. What else do I know of Corvus? Precious little, I am afraid. I've not returned since Master Galoo first brought me here. I can tell you that Corvosi rebels still seek to slip the yoke of their imperial masters through the fighting is far less fierce than it once was. Oh, and they have carpets. Flying carpets. The legends are quite extraordinary. There are others better suited to poring over old history books, so I thought I'd try my luck with more recent events, if I can find anything to better inform the Forum's baffling behavior. Wait, I can help. How did I manage to sync up the animations perfectly? Just hold up, Gratia is... Just hold up, a Gratia isn't real and won't ever be, and Corey will recoil back in horror. He's not real? What the hell? We've returned with our selections. Although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Creel has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarat firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. Okay. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter at the final days drew nigh? A complete destabilization of creation magics. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifest in terrible, tangible fashion, meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Ishtala surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Ascians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? Alphano, you can answer this one. The entire star was engulfed by disaster all at once. Use creation magics for cat boys. It's what Emmett Selk would have wanted. I think you may be misremembering. As I recall, it was more of a gradual spread. Ah! The Amarutines spoke of an keening sound that rose from the land itself just before a region was visited by catastrophe. We never did hear the sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. Wrong? Well, I didn't know it was a test gravity. Jesus. So the ground was crying out, you say. To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive and probably quite loud. Hey, Retro, what's up? I'll have to speak with one of Numenon's mammoths and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive actions did they take? I mean, they summoned Zodiark, right? I swear if I get this one wrong too, I'm gonna be really upset. Thanks, Alphano. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render onto Zodiark, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or it might have, had Venat and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telophoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. How dare you not remember small details you only learned once over 3 or 4 months ago? How dare? How dare I? It is really comforting to have all these dedicated assistants on hand. Right then, enough chatting, more reading. Many forum members are also researchers or professors. If they know aught of the final days, then that knowledge might surface in their writing. That is my hope, anyway. I think I've already read that. I need 3,700 people to DC on Twintania. Alright, guys, you heard it here first. Hold on, I'll tabbing for just a second. Or not. The game just tabbed me back in. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced 1 or 2 possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source's reflections from the Giron oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, a tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. 'Tis even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason that that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Fortunault with knowledge of the Telophoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. No! I might be a scholar, but I don't want to read. I'm finally in? Nice. You labor for what feels like an age as Y'shtola's research assistant. Hello! Oh, so you're a monkey, love. I wasn't sure if you were monkey or chimp, love. But hello. Vince's chimp? Ah, I see. Yes, Neil. Dude, bunny boys are so cute though. They're cuter than female bunnies in my opinion. Wait, you don't even have a heart tattoo? Like a cheek heart tattoo? I love the monkey and chimp love matching names though. Did you guys end up getting married in game? Are you wearing the ring? How dare. Didn't even glamour the ring. I'm not an e-boy. Are you sure? We've been married for a long time. Congratulations. Over a year now? Oh shit. Nice. Oh dear, you look exhausted. What about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? The day was well spent. Should I wish to read them again, Mama at a reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Okay, I go do grinding now for gear. Enjoy game. Thank you so much for stopping by, Rom. Goodbye, monkey love. Your efforts to gain Grahatia's attention go unnoticed. He appears to be lost in his reading. Alizé appears in desperate need of a study break. A seat at the last stand. Ready for a tea break, Rose? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know, the last stand down in the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables, and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Taking Alizé out for a date. Let's go! Graha! Come with us! We're gonna have Humburgware! We're gonna have Humburgware! You're gonna miss it! Scholars Harbor, okay. Hello, Monkey Love and Ren. There we go. Dude, the fact that it shows you on the map where you teleport to is such a nice quality of life improvement. I remember when I resubbed, logged in, that was like the first thing I saw, and I just DM'd K for saying I love Square Enix. Yeah, it is a very nice change. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I also still check it. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlian that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telophoroi. We might even learn something new, worth a try, don't you think? Alizé is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. Not as exciting as having Grahatia with me, though, I will admit. What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the Telophoroi. These enemies of peace have promised to end all we hold dear and... Wait, you're that House Levier girl, aren't you? And this woman with you is obviously a foreigner. I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've naught to say for the likes of you. I'm gonna steal your fucking food. Well, I must apologize. 'Twas foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Rose. Fucking kill you. Where's this? Oh, like at the actual thing. I see. Steal his sandwich. Set him on fire. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telophoroi and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Levier. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Fortunault that I was helping you... I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. Dick on. Welcome, madame. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alizé I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon. Is his name actually Dickon? Dickon, the owner of the Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion between lessons at the studio. Seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino had set sails for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Dickon? Oh. Lately, there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything's alright at home? Aww. It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. What's his surname? Dickoff? Well, it is House Livier. No matter how discreet Master Fortunault may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions that only Charlian has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Oh, hello! Hello, Jessica. Hello. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, viewers. Hello, raiders. Hello, hello. This isn't the raid? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, my donation goal is covering the alerts. I'm so sorry. Hello, everyone. My name's Kori. I'm a ghost that uses yarn to make herself little friends. Welcome to the stream. I'm a VTuber variety streamer. I've been VTubing for about 6 months now. We're doing FF14 Endwalker. If you do not want to see any Endwalker spoilers, this is your last warning to go. But thank you so much for stopping by, Al. Thank you as well for the follows. I have this stuff off because apparently there have been people going to FF streamers streams and following them under usernames that have spoilers. So I have that stuff off my overlay at the moment. And I don't see it in my alerts, but thank you so much for the follows. I usually shout them out, but we're gonna chill for today and not do that while we stream FF. I hope you all enjoyed your time at Jessica's stream with Valorant. I was there earlier for a bit, but she was streaming for such a long time. What, people do that? Yeah, I was warned about that, so I'm trying to be a bit careful. We haven't started the story too long ago, so we're still fairly at the beginning, still level 80. So if you enjoy FF, feel free to stick around. Thank you again for the follows. I really appreciate it. And I hope everyone had a good time. Alright, let's not dwell on the bad things for too long. I would like to continue. I alt-tapped by accident. What? Like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find, information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlian, aren't you? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? I'll do it. Oh, 4 of clubs. I Kori, some genuine advice. Try not to look too closely at some people's outfits. There's a certain outfit that you get in the story that can be seen as a spoiler. Now, not too many people should be wearing it, but you are in a public area with a lot of people, and I personally just saw someone pass by me wearing it. Alright, don't worry about it. That's the spirit. Pay attention now and explain where each of these dishes needs to go. Oh no. Please no. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you should see a Mikote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. Maybe you should put that cat-made PNG back on. No! Heck off! Right, I already forgot everything, by the way. A chatty group by the water's edge is the tea set. You must be the tea set people, right? my tea set. Lovely, thank you. You're welcome. The Talafuhu? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you want to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to take your ear off. Gods above, I'm starving. I've never known the service to be this slow. No. No! I think the lobster was for like a mikote, so I'm gonna assume these people have the omelette. There you go. Finally, 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in, no time to waste. Nice haircut, by the way. What, the Telefroy? Ah yes, I remember seeing the name of the latest gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days, same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. And... for you the lobster? God's the anticipation. I've heard it melts in your mouth like the most succulent roast ever made. There you go. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. That's one huge lobster. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. The final days is the first I've heard of it. Oh yeah, you're right. I should do Slash Busy myself. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They are collectors of a sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlian. Priceless books, unusual life specimens, and so forth. So, named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Telefroi make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about it in such frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the dock all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. Huh. People can't PM you in-game. Yeah, they also can't trade request you or add you and stuff like that. They basically can't interact with you, really, as far as I know. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting, they seem unaware of the final days aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. Yes, I did click it. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. Thank you. But let's enjoy our drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. Where? Oh, that's not as far as I thought it would be. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight. Voiced? Voiced? Please, I want to eat. This feels like a voice
When our father
cutscene. Thank
disowned
you.
us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
I feel so bad for her. An alpha now.
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Charlian is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Well, let's break in then. It's okay. You pick the door, Alize. You lockpick the door. I'll put on the Payday 2 soundtracks. Wow, that looks cool. Alize is excited to share your revelations. We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. Master Dickon. No, his name is Dickon. I don't care. Is that coffee I smell? Did I miss the tea break? Yes. You also missed the Humbergware. Humbergware. Not necessarily what I was trying to do. Hold on. What if I'll just try to dim it a bit because it looks like oh, why is it so terrifying? I'm just trying to dim it so that we can still read the chat. Oh well. No, I'm not trying to change the opacity, because then it would show what it's supposed to block. Whatever. I'll find a way to do it for next stream or whatever. It'll do for now. I didn't read Ah! Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. It does have a text shadow. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from the institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in the Gleamer traffic and in cargo, it certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Y'shtola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appeared to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Rose and Alizé learned at the Last Stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somewhat certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophoroi is worthy unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. And if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Anything would be better than burying my head in another dusty book. I understand not everyone is the studious type. Consider this a welcome change of pace, then. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I would like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. It would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's sit down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. All right. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Follow Alizé and try not to fall behind. Off we go, then. A brisk walk, huh? Come on, Alizé, but we should really move along. Now we run. Try to keep up. Oh, okay. This is a race now? Damn it. I can't right-click follow her. I can't cheat the system. Up here. Yes. I am literally right next to you. The rostra, not far now. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. You didn't remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. Alright. You didn't take a wrong turn into the rostra there, did you? I doubt the forum would take kindly to you barging into a private session. I've not been to Labyrinthos in the longest time. Even as a student, my visits were few and far between. What did the forum learn of the final days, and exactly how much do they know? More to the point, what do they intend to do about it? Hopefully the answer to at least one of these questions lies below. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's ascent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Yeah, I love the Emmett sass.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule. It would seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, but they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then. Did
What's
you call
wrong?
to me just now? No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
It's always this shit. Oh, it's nothing serious. And next you know they're teleported into the first. Excuse me, are you a Gleaner? If you don't mind, I have some questions to ask. You know, she turns into Tataru. You're here to help to give me more headaches because you don't have the look of a Gleaner and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marmots running loose. Your exchange with Val has taught you about exhausted Gleaners. Let me think. The race seeds should be item 1058, cumin seeds 1059, snurpleberry 1060, or were they 1061? Ah, my head feels like it's stuffed with moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and then risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Korthan carrots for the Guribanian carrots? What then? Your exchange with Thief has taught you about large shipments coming in and out of Labyrinthos. Large carrot. Most of these gathered here appear to be Gleaners. Why don't you wander around and try making small talk? Want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books and ore and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos, you know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped on in our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Perhaps preparing for the next big expansion. Taking stock in Labyrinthos. Any luck, Rose? What tales did the Gleaners have to tell? Here we go. So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else? That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right, the Forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. Grill appears lost in thought. We do well to learn more of what specifically Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If your game, Rose, I have an idea. Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if we were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined toward a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting! You wish to help me find the marmots. I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. Yeah, just leave it to me. The name's Erenville, friend, specialist in the collections of life specimen. That said, the capture of these Naxian marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack. Gently, of course. Ah, thanks. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot, or you. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Okay, thanks. Can you please catch these rats? Troll. Great. What are these? Thou canst mounteth up. Yes, I realized. Grizzled mouse. Wow. Scholar gameplay. Chirp, squeak. No! Really have you ready to sack when the grizzled mouse scampers off into the underbrush. Are you enjoying your 1.5 second cast time? It's pretty good. I like it. Don't look at me. Good. Oh, over here. Okay. At least you get the GCD buff on it later. It'll be good. Wow, gaming. Squeak. Rat sack. No! The road nimbly evades your grasp before once more disappearing into the trees. I love this mountain. It looks so stupid. Wait, do I have to do this? No. I can taxi to all of them sometime. We'll see. Northwest. It's sort of in the direction where I'm going right now anyway. Oh, it's up there. I can grab that. Oh yeah, this is the same ability now. I guess that's good for the sake of the new abilities. Can clear up some space. Oh, must be in this little nook, yeah? Okay. Rat jammer? I think? Surely it's corner, it can't escape now. More prepared for its speed this time, you succeed in closing the sack over your elusive quarry. Sweet. I still want this ether current. I'm not too hot about fighting these guys for it though. Hey, do you not care about the ether current? There's one like right here, man. Okay, goodbye. Stealth. Stealth! No! I always mix up the dot with the crit buff. Heck off. It feels like they made this take longer. Alright, I'm out of here. Ow. What the fuck, man? What? Polar bear abuse? Bearings abuse. Sound the bear mate. I don't know how you have to fall for it to, for you to take fall damage. Look at this. This guy just showing off that he can fly. Thinks he's so much better than me. Who's your stupid rat? How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Here you go! There's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. He just abused polar bears. I would never. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in its isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. What will you do with the marmots now? That's for the Forum to decide. They're a guiding authority behind Labyrinthos after all, and this job was but one small part of this great inventory of theirs. Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I didn't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Rose. Is this the gleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I'm Creel of the students of Baldessian. I already forgot again. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That's why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Alright, see ya. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? So we've confirmed that the order of this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We've also discovered when the operation was begun, the Forum contacted the Gleaners' guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telophoroi made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners kept abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus, I am inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives a distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Jesus. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the time to put it into effect. And the Telophoroi's declaration was what set it all in motion? It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archaon. From there, we can reach the lower... Creel, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archaon. You follow the path east through the forest where you were chasing after the mouse, or marmot, was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for. Right. Or at least stays moisturized. You mean hydrated. Focus flourishing in my lane. Yep. Ah, I'm tired. Chocobo. Spicy beef. Yes, I'll hydrate and stretch in a second. You know, I went with this quest just because Grahatia was here, and now he's not here. I don't know what you were expecting. I was expecting him to be less of a fucking nerd. Okay. Now, before we continue, give me just 1 second. Excuse me. I always leave in the middle of the story and come back like him when you're near death. He would never do that. He's just being a nerd. Alright. Don't worry about me. I'm hale and healthy. In fact, I'm beginning to suspect that... Nay, let's discuss this later. The investigation demands our undivided attention. Were you caught and missed on your way here? The sprayers keep the air humid, so the habitat feels as close as possible to a natural forest. This is the foremost material archive in Charlian. I should love to explore its treasures shelf by shelf, but I fear we have little time for such indulgences. Oh, so the fake sun just turns off? Behold the Archaon. As Numenon serves as Charlian's literary archive, so does the structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture, too, is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archaon contains a physical history of Charlian's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Often I was gazing into the Archaon with an appraising look deeper into the maze. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. K4, which quest did you do first? Did you do this one first as well? Just 200 to the south. Oh, you did the other one first, I see. But this one makes more sense? Okay. Hold on. Where do I have to go for this? I think it's too far, but... Well, it could be... here. But that would just be straight south, not southeast. Southeast is like here. I'll leave it for now. Purely because going into new territory sounded more engaging than bookworming? Yeah, I suppose. Greetings, we're here to pursue the Archeon's vaults. Peruse, even. Peruse? You're clearly not gleaners, then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldessian. Oh, Jesus. But is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Fishy. Let us then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. Actually, I helped capture a rat, so I am directly related to the reorganization efforts. So you may let me in now. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I am afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What, so this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after a restructuring operation is concluded. By that time, it'll be too late, and we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let's step outside for the moment, shall we? Did I attune to the etherite? I can't remember. I hope I did. Students of Baldessian, I don't think you did? Okay. I'll go do it right now. Oh no, I did. Okay, good. I was so worried for a second. The firm must be wary of exposure, indeed to so heavily restrict the use of public institutions. If they're going to close off facilities, then they ought to announce it. The students must be furious. Labyrinthus is constructed in the shape of a mortar. This upper layer is called the outer circuit, and the medial circuit lies one tier below us. We are at an impasse, as we have no other leads. I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. 'Tis likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to integrate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. I'm also lurking. I don't want to spoil Endwalker for myself. That's no problem at all. Thank you for lurking regardless. I really appreciate it. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us do the they won't let us into the Archeon, even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere, but it was wandering around Tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Whoa! Squeal, squeal. Oddest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. Maybe it's the guy from Yakuza from last night. That would be a very odd creature and a very odd squeal. It's you? I see. What's that? Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow head out the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever he's doing. It's me when mommy Heidelin. Corey, how do I sage? Use Eucrasia with diagnosis and prognosis. Never cast diagnosis and prognosis without Eucrasia. Everything else you'll figure out over time. It's not that hard. It's just, the names are really confusing. Gee, thanks. What? Also phlegma balls. Yes, that too. Quiet, you'll frighten it away. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloudkin I need to capture is close, very close. You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I am after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green and its cry a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot at it with the sleeping dart. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Set your surroundings for the hornbill. You may move the cameras. Well, yeah. Okay. Where's the Viera? Walk, walk. Whoa! Oh, that was the wrong bird, I guess. Its feathers are green, its cry a distinctive caw. Yes, I saw. I just thought maybe the cuckoo. Caw. This one's green too. Ah! There we go. Yay. I didn't kill the bird, it's just asleep.
A fair shot. Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
That's what they always say.
There you are. Any new revelations?
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a gleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay.
6 feet below.
Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
This is all very extreme.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift.
Wow.
I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down.
Seriously?
This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
But why would that not be
You're
guarded?
quite welcome. But consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well
With
to
how
turn back.
careful they are about the lift,
bid you
surely
good
they
day.
would guard stuff like that as well, no?
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Alright, I'll keep that in mind, Gravity. Thanks for the heads up. Surely Copium. I miss him already. The fact that you can't use aetherites while mounted, sorry, ether compasses while you're mounted is the biggest piece of crap ever. You You can now? Since when? Oh, you can. Oh. Don't talk to me. Don't look at me. Nice bear mount, thanks. It's Mrs. Tubbs. The bear's too happy to be Mr. Tubbs. The medial circuit with Erinvel mentioned is the tier directly below us. Unlike the lowest level of Labyrinthos with its rigid security, one can usually roam the middle layer quite freely. Let us see what we might find. I took a quick peek inside, but it's awfully dark in there. I never would have noticed this cave on my own. Thank the scholar that Erinvel knew of it, and that you were the one there to persuade him to share. This must be it, the entrance to the mine shaft. 'Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. If we can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. That's a lot of area, dug out, huh? Well. Oh, they're helping me. How nice. And they're in their fucking car together. Man. They look way cooler than me on my giant polar bear. Look, chat, I'm not casting Broil. Dark Lantern myself, the purple shiny bird. Oh yeah. I remember when I got it. It was a very, very special mount to get. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident, nothing of consequence at least, and as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Aaronville's assumptions hold true that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Goodbye, friends. How nice of them. They're a level above me, no. I'm actually really close to leveling up, I suppose. It's not so bad. No! Not the straight garlic! Anything but that. What is, oh, there's a fate over there. Oh, the grave texture now! Jesus. Aha, now I know where we are. This is Mariel Agronomics. Labyrinthus is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is at this facility, which coordinates and oversees those efforts, the fruits of their research go to feed their Labyrinthus colleagues, or so I hear. Ugh, boo. More notable successes might make it to the Agora. Food so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. 'Tis possible they know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivations, worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same or cast about for useful clues. Ugh. Excuse me. At Fritz Manley, you alive? I think he might be lurking or taking a nap or something. PT! I'll Pokemon Discord. He is offline on Discord. So, I don't think he's here. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors, not with use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? It's so doomed? Why? What's wrong? A mineshaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum has us feeling orderless among long. Go take a shower. It should be fine. The others can spam away spoilers if need be. I think. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that would all be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. I love it. Thank you, chat. Do I have aught to be taken down below? More than I can carry, and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport, hence the stack of crates atop that hill over there. Gods, hauling the lot up that slope was a job and a half. I love them. I love them. Just driving around. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grapes. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's native to a particular locale and the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, a region in the south of Ilzabard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for a myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperature plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territories, ever contested as you might expect, used to be called Corvus before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amoeonis? The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments and cultivation. Roni, welcome. Thank you so much for becoming a paranormal investigator. Really appreciate it. Dude. I can't believe the two went off in a different direction. How will I know if I'm going the right way? My guides. Alright, let's have a look. Labels on these crates tell the story of their contents, bundles of common seeds and saplings, accompanied by sheaves of reports. Whoa.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true.
He sounds like Outbreed's voice actor.
This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlotte at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
I want one. They're so pretty.
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings. Strange. I must
Gets
say,
me every
I
time.
have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
How convenient. What if we got a chance to do it right now?
Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean?
Oh, it's our boy.
Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all...
Huh?
Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Alright, let's go.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Friend just called me and told me about his life as an exchange teacher in the US, and could it be the education system in the US is horrible? I wouldn't know. I'm not the right person to ask. Forgive me, my attention has been elsewhere. We were following Erenville, weren't we? It feels wrong to spy on Erenville, helpful as he's been, but what other choice do we have? Let's get after him already. We've waited too long as is. Is Creel still unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. Alright. Erenville was headed westwards along the path outside the Archaeon. Come, we can still catch him. Oh, I should probably check for, west. I'll just get him at a later date, I think. fallen too far behind, and this damn mist won't help matters. It seems Y'shtola wishes to have a word with us. I can still hear it. Hold a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the Forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads! No! Goodness! Froggy. Unaccustomed to transfiguration? Worry not. It will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. Froggy time. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Which reminds me, where the creature is hereabouts, in that form, you are essentially defenseless. You have changed into a toad! You must remain transfigured in order to progress with quest objectives. You will return from your transfigured status if you move too far away. Look to your map for the transfiguration's area of effect. Speak with Y'shtola to restore it. Okay, cool. Frog butter. I like how we can still tell which twin is which. Ribbit, ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alpha Toad and Ali Toad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed. That's cute. Oh, hello, giant car. You can leave your quest companions behind by entering a different area, putting too much distance between you, or by speaking with them and selecting the option to part ways. Yes, 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 I know. Alpha Toad and Ali Toad. Alright, let's go. Run over the frogs? No! Big Toad! Wish you could mount up while being frogged. It'd be really cute to see how we would sit on the mounds. Schools are funded differently here in America. They are funded by three different parts of the government: federal, state, and local property. The higher the property tax, the more likely it is that your middle school or high school. Jesus. Confusing stuff. Discuss your surroundings. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Ali Toad turns to face the north. Perhaps she is suggesting you cross the bridge. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alpha Toad attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand what he's telling you. That he is telling you this is the wrong way. It's okay, we'll listen to Alize and we'll just go across the bridge. I love the little jumping noises, little toad thumps. No! 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 I was enjoying myself too much! Okay, good, thank God. We made it.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart.
How it going?
Which
We're
is why
with
I'm
Ali
reassured
Toad
that you're
and
busy
Alfie
sniffing out the
Toad.
truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Nice. Our Toad performance needs work, apparently. I'll have to pay more attention the next time I see one. I suppose we should have known a Gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived, yet he seems inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Sharlayan has been called to action, and the Telophoroi's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. Ah, we leveled up! I don't know if this is smart. I don't want to fall behind in XP. A guide of sorts, Alize staring off in the direction Erenville departed, a thoughtful look on her face. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Y'shtola and Creel for the moment, see what they think of this. Do everything on one job? Alright. No. Leave me be. Oh, they're gathering. I was so confused for a second. Alright. Welcome back. I trust you found Erenville then? Interesting, I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Creel, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Where is she anyway? Assuming we find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander. I don't even remember where they were. Somewhere just outside this place, I'm pretty sure. Maybe up here? I don't think so, but I'll check anyway. Oh no, they're right here. Okay. Oh, the color hasn't changed yet.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting.
Yay!
She said you would need it for the journey ahead. Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Menphilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free, to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That blue will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy, surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
Well, we're being kicked out immediately.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion.
Take care of these fucking ants, bruh. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you.
Disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
No!
Grah! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is
These nuts,
encouraged,
yes.
celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Swear to God, if even one of his
Refusing to
hairs
comply
is
will only
missing.
make matters worse. Recognize their truth as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
No, we have not been spoiled so far.
Silence is often one's
Thank
best
God.
defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Wait, Creel with her hood down? Curse images?
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
Yes!
The Forum will come
Good!
to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Oh. They can't speak about it?
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
How are you gonna live on if the world's fucking ending, you moron?
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
You tell him.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno. I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Endwheeler?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, hmm? By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order!
Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
Can we have like a spotlight glowing on the ones who agree so it's easier to see? Like an arcane, please?
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed.
Oh, you suck.
Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences.
Even if he had eyes on the back of his head, they'd be blocked by the chair.
Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Bullshit. I don't believe that. I don't trust anyone anymore. Except for Graha and the other Scions. Well, I guess we're off to Thavnair. Yeah, I guess so. No, immediately someone fucking eating themselves off immediately. Yeah, I'm out of drinks. After we finish up this quest, I'm gonna go AFK for a minute. Apologize for the trouble I've caused you. I was pondering the significance of what I had just read as I left the restricted section and knocked over the security mammoth on my way out. I promise to be more vigilant next time. Like the gods for Scholarch Monteshane, I absolutely loathe arguing in circles. My father may be right that I am still groping in the dark for answers, but I need him to know that I would never stop searching. I owe that much to Arenvald and myself. You may encounter some raised eyebrows, but do continue to claim the students as your sponsor whensoever the need arises. I believe in the guiding principles of the Scions, and I know my grandfather would have as well. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We know now that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedom so surely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of the substance here in Charlian. Okay. Yeah, I will get a new drink and walk around for a bit and stretch because it has been nearly 5 hours out of 8 hours we're doing today, or at least we planned on doing today. So bear with me for 5 minutes. Everyone go grab yourself a snack and a drink. I'm gonna put on the BRB screen with our nice fan art reel. So if you want something to watch, that's there. But I'll be back in like 5-ish minutes from now. Okay, BRB chat. I'll let the in-game music play. How about that? I'll be right back. I forgot to add the chat to this still. How do I keep forgetting to do that? This will do. I'll be right back. Alright, I return. Hello, chat. Did everyone grab a new drink, a snack, and stretch? Thank you, thank you. I got a Kinder Maxi King. Wow! What a snack! I don't remember any adverts about Kinder Maxi King that I can quote, but... Ugh. A Kinder Maxi King. Kinder Maxi King, the perfect summer sweet. Fresh out of your fridge, cool at all times. I don't even know what the filling is. A cream filling with a caramel core surrounded by chocolate and hazelnuts. Sounds gross. Hey, it's not gross, it's really good. Korean sellout. No, it's not ice cream. Sounds like a kid's snack. So? Here. I'll have you know, this might be the more grown-up version of Kinder Penguin. Kinder Penguin. Here, it looks like this. Yeah, they're so good. No, it's not Kinder Penguin. It's different. This one has a it has like hazelnuts on the outside and like caramel in the middle. Hey Solar Hawk, what's up? Wasn't Kinder Maxi King the ad with a half-naked dude with a six-pack jumping in chocolate? I don't remember. It's a better version of Penguin, the premium version. I don't know. It's sort of like how I feel at the moment kind of thing. Came in on the raid from Jess, was baking espresso brownies with my mom on lurking. Oh! I hope they turned out nice, or are turning out nice. Alright. I'm ready to continue. I've eaten my Kinder Maxi King. So my house smells like espresso brownies on a Saturday afternoon. I'd say I'm doing pretty good. Nice. I haven't had Kinder Penguin, but I love the Penguin chocolate bars. Those are two different things. And Kinder Penguin is really, really good, and you should have it. That was fast. They're not that big. Alright. Kinder Bueno is really good too. It might be my favorite. Like anything with hazelnut is just mwah. I love hazelnut. I've been in queue for 3 hours. Pain. Alright. Whoa, Nutella? Nutella is hazelnut, and I love it. Sorry, I can't help it but zoom in and out. Oh, Happy Hippo! I love Happy Hippo! I love Happy Hippo hazelnut. Happy Hippo hazelnut is so good. Kinder Fresh? Oh. I thought you meant Happy Hippo. Oh, there's Kinder Fresh and there's Kinder Happy Hippo. They're two different things. I like Happy Hippo hazelnut a lot. Alright. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival come that may, is father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family? Alphino? Alizé? It is you! Whomst? Oh. When I heard you'd been dragged before the forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I am so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother? Wow. Mommy, literally. Emilien's Lavier at your service. And you fine people must be the science of the seventh dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches father that you were here... Oh, bother that. I am to be chastised for speaking with my own children. I am well aware that you and Master Fortunal are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We will be back at the annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure we... Rose, what do you think? Rose? The Rose Silverthorn? What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. Oh man, has Alizé been talking about us in letters or something? But we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Rose, if you'd be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. I wish the flower they gave us would be like a headpiece. Like, you know how there are some like flower headpieces in the game? Hell, like this one? Is there a way? Just ignore that. Like this? Like I want this, but as like the flower we just got. I apologize. My mother's not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What you say, Rose? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? Fine, if we're going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers. Thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away, childhood toys. I mean, God, never mind. The Viera estate is that way, straight down the stairs. Come on. Me with my Legos. Me with my Miku collection. As children, Alphino and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. When Alize and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. Me with, shit, I got nothing. That's fine. It's not like my Miko collection is big anyway. I don't have all that much stuff. And here you are at last. Please do come in. When that song starts playing, I always think it's the one from Undertale.
Oh, my lady.
Wow. That's a lot of servants.
What? What are you gawping at?
Sorry, I forgot the auto advance wasn't on. Just admiring the craftsmanship.
Oh, I suppose I never gave the decor much thought. I'm glad that you approve, I think.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Can we have a spare one of those suits?
Master Alphino,
No
Mistress
reason in
Alice,
particular.
if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. It is plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them.
Yay.
Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Oh yeah, and one time they met their old friend, and that friend thought one twin was the other. And it was really awkward, but really funny. Alize was really mad. Like, you wouldn't believe. I swear to God. She was so mad. Oh, speaking of...
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become.
No, put them back in their matching
See
outfits.
for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
White people
I am so
happy.
glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you'd allow me, Master Alphino.
Wah!
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
Oh, he's not gonna be happy about that.
Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days. As a student, he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
Wink. Oh, she's sweet. No worries, Dollar. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master. But someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb.
Sorry, I need you guys to see how my character is peeking over. Look at this! Ayo, twin! That's cute! I'm trying to get, like, a good screenshot of it. I think this will do. Okay.
May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Dad said no, so we asked Mom instead.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts. and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Yeah, Alphinaud really is dripped out. So, about that butler uniform, do you have a spare, or... Oh, okay, never mind. I'll just go. Sorry. I didn't mean to make it awkward. See ya! Yeah, it's on Mog Station. No! That won't do. Ah, that was that. Only the gods know when we'll be back again. Yeah, I know it's on Mog Station because I own the maid one. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her. And I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home that we carry with us, these gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. I need the butler outfit for story reasons. And I need it to work on NPCs, you know. Just curious. Out of curiosity, that's all, really. No reason specifically, in particular, why I would want a copy of an NPC fitted butler outfit. Enjoyed your time with the Liviers, I hope. I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope you can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Hydaelyn is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation in Thavnair, we'll be well equipped to plot our next move. As curious as I am to learn the truth of this duty, I wonder what else the Forum is hiding, a calamitous secret whose origin lies in the ethereal sea. Duplicity aside, however, I do not believe Master Fortunat means us ill. Even the harsh words he had for his children stemmed not from anger, I think, but desperation. For us to feel responsible for the schisms of House Livier would be pure hubris. After all, we are merely on the outskirts of what is essentially a family affair. And yet neither can we claim the indifference of strangers. To hear their mother welcome them so warmly was a joy and a relief. If I intend to master these sages' armaments, that will mean learning to imbue them with the same ether that I poured into Moonstone and Obsidian. Oh yeah, now neither of them are using their grandfather's tomes, huh? Don't think for a moment that I'm jealous of Alphinaud's new weapons. They're far more suited to him than me. We left for Eorzea on matching outfits, but our styles, both fashion and fighting, have long since diverged. If anything, I'm part of the differences between us. So it's back to Thav. Yeah, okay, well, we're at this. Right. 5 hours into the stream, huh? It seems like we will probably not be finishing this segment of the story. But we might as well start it. For Thavnair bound, Thancred is eager to set forth for Thavnair. Unless this segment is like much shorter, but I doubt it. I have Creel's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavnair before, I can travel by Aetheroid, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Creel was of the same mind and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. You'll finish in 3 hours or 2.5, even with reading it out loud? Ah, I missed it! No! No! No, I missed it! Oh well. I'm afraid so, my friend. I was looking at chat. Really going there, huh? Okay. Though, well, to recall the hunt for Iceheart, onto whose sanctuary we delivered the owning to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbrita. Moonbrita was an authority on aetherology, a field of the study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? Ah. I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame my courage failed me at the last. As it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come back with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it's too difficult, we'll manage. Though art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the confluence and shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kiet. Don't forget, you chatted for 1 hour and we're introduced to the expansion for another. Yeah, I mean, I subtracted that hour of chatting, but... I love Urianger, but I don't love reading out his text. That's for certain. Petition to make every bit of Urianger dialogue voiced. That'd be nice. Wait, it's the other two again. I think it's the other fella and the other guy that were in the car. Well, now this is rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Creel and the students of Baldestian. We seek passage to Thavnair and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. Test subjects? Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So in order to travel to an aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to set out while you're a mess of ether hurtling along the life stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of aetherite teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there is a way to travel to an aetherite without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of aetherite that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these aetherites, but the aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. Ah! But it just so happens that our first test pair of aetherites, one has been installed here in Sharlayan, and the other over in Yetlimud, a port town in Thavnair. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Razadhan, and indeed we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum up, we're to test these aetherites. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these aetherites were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true, and far be it from me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the livestream, in the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. But explain that to them. Sorry, explain that you aren't most people. Heh. Mr. Skrill truly knows how to pick him. If I might change the subject, are Master Wolfson and Mistress Bloywida not present today? Oh, you didn't hear? They've recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A larger scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to the preparations and head outside to the Aetherite Plaza. I'll be along shortly. yeah, there they are, see? Oh, just here at the destination. Wait. The words unsaid yet weigh heavy on my heart. I shall devote mine all to our task in Thavnair. Given my experience with teleportation, I'd be lying if I said I didn't have reservations, but I will trust in Creel. I shall teleport the tried and trusted away. Good luck. Hello, Farian. What's up? What? Why? Am I a nerd? What the hell? What did I do?
Right, we're all set.
You're playing F14, so what? So what? Then I am a proud nerd. I don't care.
Just the 4 of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnair.
You are? Oh, I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
She has a nice hair color. She's also British. Alright, never mind, I take it back.
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether.
Goodbye. It was nice meeting you all. Thancred, I don't feel so good.
One last thing.
Huh?
You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What?
You look like a Chinese knockoff of Tifa turned draconic. It's quality. Listen, my glamour's cute. Leave me be. I've had this for a really long time as my glamour. I'm not changing it.
Thavnair, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have? What chance?
I was really hoping Re-Ager would be fine.
Against such an insidious foe.
Oh my god, I think he's hit with it the worst, actually. He just faceplanted it. Ooh, the music's kind of groovy. I like it. Oh my god.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions.
Oh, I fucking love how
Don't let
Thackrot was
Estinian roam
like.
the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with.
Oh no! We can do this. Anything for Gil. Go, go, go! You managed to will yourself onto your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Estinian in time? I have to. But first, I will attune to the Aetheryte. Oh, there he is. Ah! Yeah, this is accurate to how I felt these past 2 weeks. Oh! Estinian! Don't spend all our fucking money! As for Mora, we have no Mora. You there, I need 3 drinks, something that helps with ether sickness. By the Manusia, traveler. Greetings and welcome. You're wise, good sir, to come to me. My special Amra lassie, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of a warm welcome to Thavnir, I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil for not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles, or bargain amongst bargains. The price is high road robbery, and you want to say as much to Estinian, but you realize any words of warning you cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before Estinian and using gestures deny that the deal is fair. Estinian, no. I saw you could barely stand. What did you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie. This merchant is swindling me. A sincere apology, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for 3 bottles of lassie. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. Thanks. I'll be back after I've explored the town. No! Don't spend my money, please. Well, our money. Jesus, you're fucking short. I'm not even minimum height. These 3 are just very tall. Here you go, Eerie Ranger. Praise be to the 12, my stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee and Estinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. You were, in time, excellent. You spared us Tataru's wrath. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Cheers! Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair! Aye, I found it. 'Tis the most I could do against this heat, short of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's a Thavnarian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. And how much should it cost? 9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. 'Tis nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. Christ. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphino could hold a candle to you. Ugh. I expected the Azure Dragoon to put up more of a fight. On that subject, I shall refrain from making comment. Yet I cannot help but observe that the merchants seem overzealous in their pursuit of profit. I prefer not to speak. If I speak, I'm in big trouble. Claiming Thavner as its dominion, the nation of Razadhan has long thrived as a hub of commerce. Even. In the beginning, there were the Arkazodara, a Matanga tribe indigenous to the island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. Jesus, that was really hard to say. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hanish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over, a development only aided by the nation's prime locations as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Razadhan, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation, neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, that opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, it would be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye, we've not to lose by learning more. So, ere we seek out Creel's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yedlimad? Smells like time for some aggressive negotiations with the local merchants, also known as haggling. Let's go! Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. A blend of yogurt and spices, this refreshing drink is infused with the mellow sweetness of the amra fruit. Nice. Ah! No. Ugh. I just spilled water on my leg. No. Be thou assured I am quite recovered. Lassie is truly a boon for unruly stomachs. Is it truly so amusing to see my hair bound? 'Tis how I used to wear it, a functional fashion. Perhaps you were confused by how you found me following Nidhogg's demise. It had fallen loose after the chirurgeons removed me from my armor and put me to bed. I simply decided to leave it that way for a time, seeing as I would not don the Azure Dragoon's helm again. I think it looks nice. It takes a bit of getting used to, but... Stop looking at me. No! It's not that bad. Please, I'm just trying to get a look at your face. Thy hair! I prefer not to speak. I like this guy, just got no room for fashion. He's sassy and I love him. He's very fun. I need to work on his charisma dump stat. No, I wouldn't have it any other way. Dude, if Grahatia was here, this would be the fucking himbo squad, though. Imagine Grahatia was here. We'd have what? We'd have to pass around the brain cell, man. Oh my god, it would be fucking beautiful. Oh, I miss him already. His stomach behaving once more. Thancred is ready to get to work. Right, let us split up and make inquiries in town. Rose, this pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup by the Aetheryte, off-putting, though the mere sight it may be. God, I wish the himbos would all be assembled. Excuse me. The crate is laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling as if they have been left out for too long. Oh, I almost missed you. Well now, if it isn't a traveler, you are a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Narunair. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but that business is as good as dead. What'll become of us, only the gods know. There's just one thing, right, that I've been thinking about. A calamity can be caused by elements being out of balance, right? So if we do end up defeating Zodiark, wouldn't that mean just Hydaelyn would be out of, you know... Because wasn't Zodiark... Well, Hydaelyn was supposed to be the direct opposition to Zodiark, right? To sort of keep each other in check. Or at least... to balance each other out or something? So I'm wondering, like... if we do fight Zodiark, what will happen of Hydaelyn? Food for thought. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby isles, with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Compared to other ports you have visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. Tubban? Okay, I will take that as my answer. I assume the story will answer that, so no spoilers? Yeah. What am I doing? Oh, recording myself. Still do it daily out of habit, though. I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat, like Kalazal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kalzal a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltwind Sails, the Harbor Guild building across the water from here. Yay, swimming! Swimming outside of Stormblood? Unheard of. Unheard of. What do you expect me to do? Oh god, what is this? The Dalmeskins aren't coming? But we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. Gah! But this will be an enormous loss! Alright, forget about the Dalmeskins. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh products, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hanash favorites. Our consortium works closely with the merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. Oh, so they have to drive the prices up because no one's coming to buy shit anymore. I know all these things, Kalzal, I do. Which is why I regret saying I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are... Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. I see, that's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me. My name is my name is Matsya, and I'm here to see Kalzal. Excuse me. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. No. Thank you, Care4. Thank you, Zero. Yes, can I help you? I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kalzal too, did you? I'm Matsya, a fisherman of Akyali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kalzal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium has been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free, anyway. He's a hard-working man, I dare not disturb him. If I may ask, what is it that you do? Oh, you know, saving worlds and stuff. An adventurer, you say, and you travel the world helping people. Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I've brought some fresh fish with me. The portion I couldn't preserve and wanted to sell them. The problem is I'm terrible with people. I've only ever dealt with Kalzal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead? And show me how it's done? I mean, I can try. If you're willing, please let me know and we can begin at once. Events fall cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Oh no. You'll do it then? Show me how to deal with customers. I'm in your debt. Right, please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 3 people here in Yedlimad. I will observe you and learn. Do not mount up when this guy follows you, okay? No, the walking animation is terrifying! That's terrifying. Ooh, dear player. Can you fall off? No, he just floats. Okay, well. That's terrifying. Yes. Greetings, friend. How fare you of late? Greetings to you too. I suppose I'm well enough given the circumstance. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when that tower first appeared. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remained there for now, but I could not stay away. I had to come back, continue with my life, such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. The music's so goofy. There's no place like home, but don't do anything dangerous, eh? Oh, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge from it, I heed the Radiant Host's instructions. I hope they deal with it as soon as we get back to our normal lives. To the days when you could earn as much as you gave and tuck into a meal, satisfied that you did good work. Speaking of meals, Wait, that's actually an option! Speaking of meals, why not have some fresh fish today? Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. Heh, when you bait me like that, how can I not bite? Very well, give me some of your fish. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is shallows cod, delectable stewed in coconut milk or baked with a sprinkle of salt. How the fuck? I didn't get a single one right. Ah, I'm too powerful. Gets the good Witcher ending first try. Is good at selling fish. That you should make a sale on the first attempt. I've learned a lot already, but I hope to learn more still. I'm just gifted, man. Natural talent. And I do have a MILF hat. Maybe I should put a MILF hat on my throne. Man, I love fishing. Alright, how hard could this possibly be? A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some umra. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. What do you need so many amra for? Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas, but not a day goes by that somebody doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. I know how you feel. All too well. Thank you. A pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoyed our little chat. It took my mind off my troubles for a moment. No! Why does the depressing duty fail jingle ring? I hate it. Never mind. If nothing else, you left her with a positive impression. Let's move on for the north side of town, shall we? It's like Kiryu and his fucking toy cars. Alright, let's see it. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh god, it's my stomach. Ugh. Ether sickness? No, nothing is so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. Some fresh fish will settle your stomach, and mine are the freshest of all? Oh, food is the last thing I need right now. Go and sell your fish to someone else. No! Never mind. Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was truly an eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. Well, you got one more right than I did. Man. Wait, I can't mount up. I was about to mount up. Seeing as there's dried fish, I wondered if there might be dried squid as well. Ah. Where are the others? Tomney. Maybe I should make a Tubney. The sound I made when he went, it was an eye-opening experience after I failed all three sales. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell to one of the 3 people you approached. It was difficult, but when you put your mind to it, you succeeded. Though you did fail too, but there are lessons to be learned in both success and failure. By applying yours, I'll endeavor to become a better peddler. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Kalzal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matsya? Kalzal, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? I'm sorry, Matsya, I truly am, but for now you must peddle your own goods. Oh, but by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I've friends and families depending on me, and I won't fail them, the sisters as my witness. Kalzal. No, not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Well, I had best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. Poor elephant man, I agree. There you are, gotten over the ether sickness, have you? My help owing to the island's small size, the tower's impact upon the people's lives doth appear more pronounced here than in Eorzea. I see you've been busy, managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust? Yeah, there's elephant people, Thancred. It's so weird. I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but the thing that it would be to such an extent. Or another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers, and as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal, business as usual for the Telephoroi. Helping a struggling fisherman you've only just met to peddle his catch, yes, you should do something like that. Yes, you would do something like that, even. That Matsya fellow you were helping, he's Arkazodara, is he not? Apparently it is almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Arkazodara should be their primary target, for 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We'd better go after him. Akyali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Creel's acquaintance, incidentally. Oh god, it's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. What's with you, old English? This motherfucker speaks sense of on smack him? He speaks in cursive. You get used to it after a while. You don't get used to reading it out loud, but you get used to reading it. Goodbye, polar bear. Turtle. You don't see Matsya nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. Okay. It's gotta be over there, isn't it? Oh no, it's down there. How the fuck? Oh. Never mind, I see it. Ah, but I can't jump down here. It's doomed. I'm leaving. Goodbye. I don't care anymore. Dax, welcome to the channel. Thank you so much for becoming a paranormal investigator. Hello, hello. No. Oh, we have to go up here. My bad. My bad. Level 80 big fucking elephant, yeah. It's kind of scary with the red eyes. Excuse me. You didn't see Matsuya from here either. No, leave me alone. Help, somebody help. Matsuya's voice, and it came from the north. Oh no. It's okay, I gotta help our friend first. I don't even know if it's worth AoEing these enemies. You would be right, Farian. Somewhat. Sort of. Huh? Huh? Where did they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me. I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest, think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We'd heard that the Arkasodara were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean is all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. 'Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I've no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. House of Divinities in the old tongue, it means. But they're not true divinities. They're monstrous imitations that only bring death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us, really? To think I had you peddling fish. But to answer your question, yes, of course, we'd gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please, come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge. And fish! What sayest thou? Shall we pay visit to Akiali? Sure. I mean, that's where we were gonna go regardless, right? Wonderful, just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. So, tis the simulacra of Thavnarian gods are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. Layla Ankos, welcome. Thank you so much for becoming a paranormal investigator. And your voice is really comforting. Thank you so much. I'm very happy to hear that. I pray that we will be able to save them. So, we nuking a tower? I'll get the C4. I'm not sure. Though indeed saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. Aye, as you said, we will do them well to study their religious traditions to Akyali. Okay. Countdown. Welcome to Akyali, my friend. This name means white beach, and there isn't much here save that, but please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Kanga and old Hazveda. They're free at the moment as it happens. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. It can be divided into two groups, the Manusia, beings of wisdom who assume the form of men, and the Murga, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Ah. Together they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. Okay. Boop the suit, boop the elephant suit, boop the trunk. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? Heh, that's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears, then, and listen. In ancient times, the Manusia and the Murga, deities who looked like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusia, the Murga cast aside their own heads and took upon those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusia coveted the might of the Murga, so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusia have worn animal faces and the Murga the limbs of men. That sounds terrifying, thank you. Need to lurk for a bit? No worries, Lucky, I appreciate the lurk. Hold on, let me hydrate a bit more. There you are, learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. While you were walking off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. They are Manusia. You heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. The center one is the eldest, Sindaruva, a goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. Stretch? Alright, I'll stretch. Thank you. Thank you. To her right is the middle sister, Sandurua. As a goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Minduruva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts and is so beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. Very pretty art. In like fashion to the Manusia, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. Myriad, nice. And what of the Murga, if I may ask? The Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflicts. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaja's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Arkazadara. These words are all very hard to say. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons, too. It's said that an ancestor of this satrap, that's the ruler of Radz Adhan, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever this satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I am confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right. I believe it's time we sought out Creel's acquaintance. An alchemist by the name of Nidhana. According to Creel's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Okay. The Great Work. Matsai has a shine in his eyes that wasn't there before. Did you say you were going to see Nidhana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes, when you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Oh, sweet. Oh, that's quite far. Vroom. I really wanted to see the first dungeon today, but I don't think we'll be making it. Sad times. You'd end right before it, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm assuming it's at level 81, right? Just because of how they were for the previous dungeons. Sorry, for the previous expansions. 71. 51. Dude, where the fuck are we going? Thank you, Eos. Whoa! What happened here? If there was a battle, there's a conspicuous lack of blood. In such a manner did we In such manner did we find them. What could have befallen these people? What in the world?
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
What the hell is going on?
People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy.
Rat jammer.
Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Oh, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
Yay!
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragon King, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so. Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Oh my god!
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Your reager.
How dare
your poor companion.
Your
What
angel
with the
giving
new
a
scales
small
and your
prayer.
timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk?
Oh, the music
And
is
you
so
may
good
have
though.
guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent a request to your mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Yeah, I'm glad Estinian is here with us as well. Amazing. Dude, I'm just surprised I haven't ran into any issues regarding getting kicked or the game crashing or whatever. I was really lucky in that regard. Don't jinx it. Alright, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for speaking. To said that shellfish is ideal for those who have suffered blood loss. Mayhap we should acquire some from Matsya. Oh, for the days when I enjoyed such fervent adoration, but on this occasion I am glad to entrust the burden of popularity to Justinian. Pray pay me no mind, I am here that I may be of service, nothing more. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Though Creel herself is tied up with another investigation, Rose is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of ether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us alchemists created enchanted talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales prove the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we will be ready to conduct a field test, and here's where you and your blessing of light come in. Better than having my blood drawn, I suppose. Ahaha, perhaps so, and knowing my colleagues, they won't be satisfied with blood alone. But as for your task, we ask only that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you, with your permission, of course. In that case, your ranger and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. What else are they gonna draw? I'll leave that up to everyone's imagination. If you are ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. Our gear's okay. I always check when we walk past the vendor, just in case. Ah, I love this polar bear so much. It looks so dumb. Especially if you compare it to the ones in Korthus. Like the actual realistic looking polar bears. Abby didn't have trouble finding this place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our of our sweat, tears, and many a sleepless night, the drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. Oh no, not this again. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Follow Drunken Deepa's lead and try not to fall behind. Astinian CEO of Cumroom. Reading ether, please stand back. Go, Eos, run! You're struck by a powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. I love how it bounces around. It's really cute. We're still fine, I guess. No ill effects. Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. I will shit yourself. No. Wah! Still fine. You're struck by yet another powerful blast of ether but suffer no ill effects. The blessing of light appears to be keeping you safe from harm. Subject fortitude rated. Impressive. No irregularities confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and brace for final discharge. I only pee-pee poo-poo farted for the good of humanity. Poopy-pee-poopy. No! I will not laugh at poopy-pee-poopy. I will not laugh at poopy-pee-poopy. You're struck by the strongest blast of ether yet, but survived completely unscathed. Etheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humors. Poopy pee poopy these balls. Comedy heaven reached. Sheesh! Hey penguin, yes I will hydrate. Ah, you've returned and not on your knees. A promising sign, but come, let me take the deep of your hands. Thank you, I shall replenish this ether for when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort? You're feeling perfectly fine? Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. Yeah, I made it cheaper and put a timer on it. The technology. Ow. So no spamming? No. But it's cheaper, so, I mean, people have redeemed it more already. Just because it's cheaper. It was a request from Tails. I thought it was a good idea. We also added a stretch redeem. Also, I made all the redeems have a nice gradient to them as well. Yee. The Donna regards you with those eyes you could drown in. You are a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amendable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink, but we have exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it, spirit weed. The herb grows not too far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we are our Kazodara travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. Imagine not having high enough con, needing a handout from the NPC the DM made in a panic. I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kajaya's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. Well, this was more like a con check than a con handout, I think. Excuse me. So much reading. Pronouncing Kajaya or whatever? I don't fucking know. Thank you, Penguin, for the 4 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I may simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Look out, Rose! Wow, real broil 3 hours. Gods, but that gave me a fright to think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You're right, I hope? Yeah, I'm fine. Good, good. Let's continue on then. It isn't far now, just through these pillars and up the rise. Majestic. And here we are in Kajaya's footsteps. Kajaya was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that spirit weed grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting at once, if you would be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry. Tom the fight, Mrs. Tubbs, yes. I feel like I need to make a Mrs. Tubbs Tomney now. Please leave me alone. Thank you. I'll gather the herbs as quickly as I can. Please stand guard for me. Thank you for the hydrate. What the hell's the Tomney? It's a very specific emote.
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
What can you tell me of the satrap?
Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Khan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates the solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
You said it, not me. Careful. Oh.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Yeah. Leave us be. I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work, shall we? Oh, great. I can just teleport back. Sweet. Thanks for the hydrate. Thank you. Rose, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. If you will excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you are both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nadana. It would seem the stores of Giant Skull are running low. What? But when I last looked there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Uranger told everyone about their tempering cure, and Destinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain. But we will need to replenish our stores even. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Rose, loath though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch the Giant Skull? In case you're not familiar, Giant Skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose on you once more? Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zainuha. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of Hamza, Mistress Nadana? By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I will bring the Hamza to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. Oh, a mount, perhaps? Sorry, alt-tabbing for just a second, chat. Okay, sorry about that. Ready to keep going. Ah, wrong button. The Damazu mount. Always really happy to see it. Oh look, there's the Lalafell again. Oh, and there's the big guy! They're always together. That's sweet. Here are Hamza Rose. If the creatures look familiar, it is because they are close kin to Eorzean dodos. Oh. Cuckoos! Hamza have been long kept as livestock in Thavnair, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant host repurposed the remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. You are ready? Then let us depart. You only need ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead for yours to follow. Let us be off. If you haven't ridden dodos before, be warned that they have a wobbling gait. The spectacular formation stretching out over the water is called Kadaga. Wait! Stop! The sword legend was written by the Moses against the program before it was cast down. Jesus. To the left and requiring no introduction is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. Rat jammer. Dodo jammer. Almost there, through the main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff. The outpost itself is on the beach. Wee. And here we are, manned by the Radiant host. This outpost is the first line of defense against the tower. Excuse me. Well, well, who should it be but young Varshan? On an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant host of their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle, no place for children. Your predecessor too often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may be now, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but I still worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Napdeen. Thank you. Did someone manage to get SB? No, not yet. I think the closest we have is one with like 270,000 channel points or something. Somewhere around that. Or like 250 or something. Maybe a bit more. And who might this be? Not Hanish by the look of her. Permit me to introduce Rose Silverthorn, the Orzian contingent come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea, given the unprecedented nature of the threat. Some of ours are understandably anxious. We'd be glad for any tidings you can share. Now, you two bring Varshan the latest report and answer any questions he may have. Ugh. I've heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telophoroi? We know that they're the ones behind the tower and that they've declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it they want? This we don't understand. What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we struggle to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? So it's much the same everywhere, with every nation struggling. We cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This Tower of Zot, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Noronair. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting ether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? Our struggles are not unique, then our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they are ready. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Radz Adhan ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, this stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the breadth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamza you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. Oh, we're just going back on this. Though the Hamza appears to want to return home, it reluctantly offers you its back. Should you become separated from your steed, speak with Radiant Beastkeeper at the... No, I have to drive it myself! No. Well... I will not get off the mount, I promise. I know this from Beast Tribe quests. No sooner do you arrive at your destination that the Hamza dashes off. Aye, this is indeed the Giant Skull grounds, and I am Zainua. Is there something you require? Giant Skull for the alchemists, you say? But of course they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Here you are, a sack of the purest giant skull. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. Thank you. That was surprisingly straightforward. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. Wow. That was very straightforward, actually. Just want to uncover a little bit more of the map. Okay. I'm aiming for the SB. Nice. It's sus. It's a little too straightforward. Too straightforward. Ah, welcome back, Rose. There, I hope you have the giant skull. Yes, there you go. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it's ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can. Ugh. Ow.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Motherfucker was just watching us.
What is it? What did you see? Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
Oh no.
At long last! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments. We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way?
Yes, let's just
I'll
go.
have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Alright. Are you gonna try and get to the first dungeon this stream? She's gonna have to stay overtime to do the first dungeon. Yeah, I was gonna say. I don't know. We'll just see where we get. But, my throat's beginning to hurt a little, and I'm extremely tired. So I don't think I'll be going overtime. I really just want to focus on finishing this, section of the story. And, you know, have everything converge again. If I'm feeling up for it, I might do a stream tomorrow, though. We'll see. Depending on how I feel. Because I do want to get through this as fast as possible without it taking every time slot we have. You know? So, I might do some more tomorrow. No. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to burn out. That's like my biggest worry with everything. The bear, bro, please. Yeah, we'll just see how I feel about it tomorrow. This is a rather finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessings are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for topping this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off. Oh, here goes nothing, I guess.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could. So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
I don't trust this at all. I'm so worried. No, 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 no.
A few more steps.
No!
Praise be to the sisters, we
No.
made it!
No, 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 no,
And
no, no,
the
no.
scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be.
No.
Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
Whoa! Yoinked? Oh no. Hey Corey, have you played any other FF games other than FF7? You're like almost C14. I played a little bit of 15, but not much besides that. God, this is so creepy.
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
So disgusting though! Ew!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
What are you talking about?
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days. theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Fandaniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
At your service. Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. How ever do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe. No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades.
Oh, they're still alive. That's even worse.
We shall meet again. Not in one of these minor spires. Oh, no. But somewhere more suitably.
Right, so the Amon that was in the Crystal Tower is one of his clones. Or that was in the Crystal Tower before we took it for ourselves. That is quite weird. That is quite weird. Wow. What the fuck? Oh, is this allowed? You are returned, but where is Mistress Nadana? Manusia, preserve. Just when we had succeeded in making the talisman, I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. Hello, Zero. You've also gotten a first taste of the overarching theme of this expansion, really. Yes. Yes. I mean, like, it makes sense with, like, the whole end goal of Fandaniel, I suppose. Sure! Are we winning, Corey? No, we actually just very much lost. Something's gone right, hasn't it? What happened? So it was Fandaniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. You must treat warily, lest we endanger Nadana and the other captives. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nadana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Corey, have you done a 24-hour stream before? No. I haven't. I don't think I would be able to, honestly. I don't think I could be interesting for 24 hours. Oh, Nadana. Can you answer me this? Though Nadana is trapped in the tower, is she still alive, yes? Then we must make warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nadana proved a peril to herself. So let us make more scales, and that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Aye, as alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. We got 8 hours almost done. You just gotta get to 12 now. I mean, I guess. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you his link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. And for our Warzian visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Rud's at Han for an audience with His Excellency? We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you into the city. Okay. Too bad we just were up there. I think the longest stream I've ever done was like 16 hours for charity, and then I was like, I can't keep going. I'm going to bed. It was with a few friends, so basically the idea was to have one of our streams running for 24 hours. Like at least one of our streams. And I clocked out after 16. I was like, I'm gonna go take a nap. And I came back after an hour and I was like, I'm going back to sleep. I can't do this. I'm going back to sleep. Thank God the other friends pulled through though. That being said, I'd love to do like something in line with like a proper subathon, but I don't think I could do like the thing I have with subathons, right, is that I don't really like it, or I wouldn't want to make ones where I sleep and like have the timer rolling while I sleep or something like that. So I might just do like a 24-hour capped subathon at some point, and I'll just try to stay awake. And if I fall asleep in the middle of the stream, I fall asleep in the middle of the stream, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe for my birthday or something. We'll see. Pog, not Pog. I'm tired. I'm already tired thinking about it. My birthday is still a good ways off. Don't worry about it, chat. Yeah, 19th of April. Yep. Snoring ASMR. Clearly that's how I snore, not... Trust me, I do the cute woo after. I don't sound like a dying animal. Oh, it was a stream, by the way. I lurked for most of it. I'm hopeful I'll play this darn game one day. It was good. It was good. I'm tired. When I last visited, the city was brimming with life. I expect the tower has dampened the mood somewhat. But here in Eorzea, all share in the desire to deliver the captives. Thus united, I pray that we may join in common cause with this satrap. Or of the satrap, I only know the common tidbits that though the position is hereditary, he is not considered a sovereign, and that despite possessing considerable authority, he wields it sparingly. Given the esteem in which the locals hold him, however, it is safe to assume he is good at his job. We could do far worse for an ally. All present, then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times.
A vast rock squats upon Favnir, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rud's at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
Man, even just these cutscenes are just so much better than they used to be. It's crazy. It's so pretty.
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are. Megaduta. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzatan. Our alchemists tell me your
Every
assistance
time
was
I hear an
invaluable in the
NPC in
creation
this
of the
game
warding
say
scale.
splendid, something inside me
Such
dies a
deeds
little
ought to
bit.
be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
No, dies. Not everything went to plan.
I assume you speak of Nidana. A regrettable incident indeed.
What do you mean weird
Her
flex?
colleagues insist that we honor her
It's
wishes
what Harshavant used
and
to
trust in
say.
the talisman. That it will be instrumental in saving
Have you already
Nidana
forgotten,
and the
chat?
others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Oh?
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me.
It's fucking wild.
Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Graysfell.
I, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's spawn, I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive with the Aura, adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzat Han.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who joined me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Radzat Han. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel.
That makes so much sense!
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Rad's Adan. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Padelthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I will
it was nothing much.
The Shamans have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
Ah, sweet.
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Rad's Adan, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
Yay!
I am in thy debt.
Chat, I will say... Chat, K4. K4, are you here? I will say... I wish I had done the quests in the opposite order, like this one first and then the other one, so that whenever I would be handing over the mouse I caught, I could say, here, now we have rats at hand. I was waiting the entire cutscene. This is all I could think about was, I want to say rats at hand. I want to say rats at hand. I want to say rats at hand. I was waiting it out. That we should encounter one of the first brood in such a circumstance. If our course of action is decided, let's not tarry. Why, I couldn't even get the Aetherai in there. Whatever. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Sharlayan and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zot. I can't... Thancred, here. You take it. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the ether right here before departing, unless of course you enjoy violent nausea. Oh yeah. Can I go inside and get the ether right? Let me in! Apologies, but given this is I'm assuming he meant the one down here, then. Well. The music in that area is so good though. Yeah, Soken's always done amazing though. Rutra and his alchemists have prepared us for a foray into the tower. What we may accomplish within its twisted halls remaineth to be seen. That our Zodara languish in Telophoroi chains doth forewarn us of the nature of our foe. 'Tis the gods of Thavnair who will be summoned to thwart us. Jesus Christ, Urianger! The conflict between Nidhogg and I is in the past, and though they were brothers, it has no bearing on my view of Rutra. Above all else, he is a leader of men, not an enemy. He would hardly dedicate his life to this endeavor if he bore our kind any ill will. Jesus. Just as I was getting used to balmy Thavnair, we're back in chilly Sharlayan. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battles to come. Oh, then everyone appears to be here, so let's take stock of all the developments and discoveries. What a good place to end the stream, huh? Perfect cliffhanger. Sort of finished up these two, and then they're converging again, which means we're actually going back to... Now, is this gonna be level 81? Oh my god. Oh my god. Let me out. Okay. This is actually gonna be level 81 now. Wow. We did one whole level in 8 hours. Oh no. We're never beating this on stream. It was a pretty long level, I guess. Well, thank you so much for watching, everyone. I had a really good time. What now? Well, I would like to continue streaming it because I think it's good fun. I just don't know if it's something people want to watch. So let me know how you feel about continuing this. If it's not something people are like super interested in, I might think about recording it and putting it on the tuber instead. But we have a couple days to think about it, I guess. But yeah, recording it and just putting it on YouTube is an option as well. But we'll see.